you Hello, and welcome back, I suppose, to day 2. Sorry about the lack of commentary in previous rounds. There were some technical issues, which are now resolved, and so we'll be bringing you back for this round 11 between Takanashi and Alex Ko. If anyone watching, just to make sure that you can hear me okay, everything is playing okay, just type hi. Say hi in the chat. And Guy, Dad, whatever, will be joining me shortly, but he's just caught up in something at the moment. So, one second. So it looks, I want to say that's a rose opening, but I can't see the replay on Live Othello yet. Let me just double check. There we go. The game is live now on Live Othello. We'll just wait for it to catch up. Yeah, so it was a rose. It's very rotational, meaning the position will rotate round for a while, which it seems to have. Yeah, currently, let me check the standings. It's difficult doing everything from a phone, switching between screens. I'm used to having six laptops at once. But internet here is interesting. So currently Takanashi is in first place in the singles tournament on 9 points. This is round 11, so he's on 9 out of 10 wins. So a strong tournament for him thus far. Kurita, last year's second place player, who finished on 13 out of 13 in the Swiss section. He's currently on 8.5 points. Alex Ko is actually in third, so a very strong tournament for him. He's on 8 points, but obviously this game will affect the standing of one of these two players. Tomita Yo is in fourth on 7.5, and Kobo Zhang is also in, well, joint fourth but fifth place on tiebreak on 7.5 points. But it's still tight. There are a number of people on 7 points. So we will see. Type something in the chat. Type where you're watching from, if you can hear me okay. I just need to make sure I can see people's messages, or whether I have to reload the chat. It's tricky to know. I can't see anything, so I'm going to try reloading it quickly. There we go. Technology. Still nothing. Maybe just no one's talking. Sharing the link is probably a good idea as well, so I will do that. Make sure, if you haven't already, that you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. Make sure that you give this live stream, as well as yesterday's, a thumbs up. Make sure you like it. and make sure you turn your notifications on for the channel so that you're notified when new content, new live streams start. So the stream's currently on 7 likes, 30 people watching. I expect that to shoot up. Aha. We have received a second person to talk. All right. So it was a rose opening. So a very rotational type position. It's currently evolved into this. Alex is actually in third place on 8. Did I say 8 or 8.5 points? 8 points. So the winner of this game will have their tournament standing affected quite drastically, as it's always exciting when two of the top players play each other. Hi Nicholas. It's good to know someone's listening. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Let me know if you can't.
I'm here too. I'm just catching up on some lunch after doing some officiating, and I will chat more in a minute.
Alright, so currently it's white's go. They appear to be out of book, I think, although Alex knows his openings well, so you never know, he might just be choosing where to go from here, but it's looking like he's deep in thought. It seems to be a position where there's been two walls, as it were, meaning that both players have a block of pieces, and the position kind of goes to who's going to break that pattern, and who will play through it first.
Yeah, so essentially by two walls, Luke means black at the moment cannot play to the left, or black can only play to the left and white can only play to the right. And those positions often, as Luke referred to earlier, and how this game progressed, although I haven't seen it yet, seems to be you can rotate it. So you can pick away at discs at the edge. The other way is that you can play right through the middle, which you can play right through the middle, and then the game is not rotating and the two walls are broken. What often happens is it rotates and someone grabs an edge. In this case, Takanashi has grabbed the edge, and that applies a lot of pressure because it's white's move, and in grabbing the edge, black has gained a tempo. So where there's two walls and you don't want to be the first one to play through, grabbing an edge can force your opponent to play through your wall and give you nice moves. And so this is a time when Alex is making those decisions about how to play through is also quite difficult, because there's subtle differences that are often quite unique to the position. This is why Alex is taking a long time to think at this moment. If you actually look at the moves along the right-hand side that Alex has a choice of, most of them have a relatively natural response immediately next to the move that he plays, which is why playing through walls is difficult.
And Alex's position is quite big and blocky as well, which means, I guess, that he has to be careful in that if he becomes too big and blocky, he'll run himself out of moves, because Takanashi's position is much more towards the edge.
Yeah, the block itself isn't the problem. It's the lack of moves that he has, the lack of options that he has on the outside left of the block. Having the block itself and having those central discs is actually quite useful, because you have options of playing outwards. So they can poison moves as well. But in this case, the block isn't that much of an issue. It's the long string of white discs on the outside of the block that prevent white from playing to the left. White is just having to play to the right.
But black has the attacking position. White has a defensive type position.
Yeah, black is pulling white over.
White is playing carefully, small moves, trying to survive.
Yeah, so what white wants to do is make black play through his big long wall. Doesn't matter where, just play through it, please.
Because he's got such a big block, any move that black will play through it will be big.
Just imagine that it's black's move now.
Lots of options.
Just imagine that it's black's move now. White would get a good response, whatever black played. So what Alex is trying to do is find a combination of moves that are essentially an odd number of moves. So it goes white, black, white, black, white, and then black has to play through. Or white, black, white, and black has to play through. And often the way to do that is to play onto the edge, get an edge move in that doesn't give Takanashi more moves on that side of the board.
Good morning to you too, Massimo. Where are you watching from? Yeah, my body clock is completely gone, so I don't even know what day it is. But I know it's Saturday, because it's day 2 of the World Othello Championships. Hey.
And we apologise for the earlier inconvenience of having no stream to YouTube. It's one of the difficulties of being in China. We have to stream to a platform there called Bilibili, and then we have to somehow, and I don't know how, and we have people working on it, we somehow have to then convert that and get it out to a server outside China to stream to YouTube. And for some reasons we had technical difficulties this morning, and our European technical team were obviously all in bed, because it was about 2 till 4 in the morning that it was happening.
Yeah, apparently there are, was it 50 something staff members working behind the scenes this year? It's a big operation.
Yeah, but the lack of YouTube commentary did give me the opportunity to actually get round and to video some of what was going on in the background. And so I will be putting together a video so that you can see how the tournament direction works. There is even more that goes on behind the scenes that can't always be shared, but the general running of the tournament, I'll get into a video, and I'll edit it.
Well, we were talking yesterday about how Alex is obviously a very strong player. Lots of people watching this were excited to see him play, but how he was probably maybe a tier down from players such as Takanashi, like world-class players. But he's having a very strong tournament so far.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's really, really, really good. And so, I mean, to put it bluntly, if he won the World Championships, I wouldn't be surprised, but I wouldn't have him as one of the favourites when players like Takanashi and Kurita are in the tournament.
Yeah, I think if Alex won, it would more be seen as kind of the start of him being a world-class, like top player.
Maybe not the start. I mean, I think he is a top player, but when you're comparing yourself to the absolute best in the world,
that's what I mean.
It's slightly different. I remember in Paris, in the semi-finals, we had Vidar Albrigtsen, and we had. In fact, he played in a 4/5 playoff to get into the semi-finals against Katie. I can't remember her surname. Philip. Yeah. Finnish Katie.
Dad struggles with pronunciation
of names, as we already know. Again, that was really exciting because it was two players who could get there and did, but you wouldn't put them in the same category as Takanashi and Kurita. So,
but what I was saying is that Alex seems to still be improving at a fair pace. I think it's something's going on. I think it's quite normal for players of that kind of level to get to a very, very advanced level, like what is he, like 6th Dan or something high on Othello Quest, and then kind of plateau at that level, but not get to the very top kind of level. Whereas it's quite exciting because Alex seems to be improving relative to the other players that are also improving.
Possibly. I haven't tracked that. So Alex, it looks like, has requested a referee to join him to go to the toilet. So we have to be very careful in the World Championships. There are some very strong computers that run on phones, and we have had incidents in the past where people have used phones at the wrong times. Now, normally that would be just before a game starts to check what your opponent's doing. We have a rule that once the pairings come up in the tournament room, you're not allowed to check your phone. You're not allowed to prepare specifically for your opponent after the pairings have been given in the room. There's exceptions to that when it's the first round and the pairings are done the night before, for example. You can prepare for your first round opponent, but in the tournament room you cannot do that. And so mobile phones generally taken away. There's a cool little phone locker that they've got here, which everybody gets an individual key in a little box where their phone goes. But if someone goes to the loo, obviously we need to make sure, especially given some of what's happened in the chess world and the Go world, that people aren't accidentally or purposefully taking a phone with them.
Although it would be good for publicity, so
it would be good for publicity
if anyone wants to sacrifice themselves for that.
So in this position, as I said before, white is wanting black to play through his wall. And yeah, okay, so I think there were two possible moves there. And one was g5 and the second one was h5. And the reason for h5, as I said before, is that by taking an edge, you can often gain a tempo. You might give your opponent something to sacrifice against, so it might not always be good. But what you're trying to do is gain a tempo. You're trying to have an extra move on the right-hand side without, in this case, black being able to have the parity move, the extra move, the white, black, white, black, white, black. It goes white, black, white, black, white, and then black has to play through. And so that's what Alex is trying to do here. This particular position is particularly interesting because black doesn't have access to g3 nor g5. And so some of the immediate responses that he would like to play to white taking the edge early, normally that taking that edge would be a bit early, but because black doesn't have access to those g3 and g5, it kind of looks pretty decent. And so I believe Takanashi might have a think here.
And I was going to say, I normally enjoy being black in this kind of position. I would really hate to be white here. But as black, I'd always struggle finding the move in this kind of position because the pressure's on black in this to kind of initiate the play. And it's white's job to be more defensive, as we said, and respond. And so finding the move in a position like this, I just struggle with. I always pick the wrong one. And I know playing a move that only flips in one direction is good. But what would you be looking at for black? Maybe
rather than thinking about specific moves, what I would be thinking about here as black is it possible for me to play out the right hand side so that even if white has something to sacrifice against, they're forced into that sacrifice? And then I'd be asking myself the question, if I could play out the right hand side white and force white to sacrifice, can I, if I take advantage of that sacrifice and allow Alex to get his advantage from that sacrifice, what is the power of balance at that point?
Interesting.
And if you are winning at that point and you think you can get more discs, control the game to the end of the game and get more discs by the end of the game, then it doesn't matter for me personally whether it's the right amount of discs or not. It's a way of forcing the win that I can see from this position. So there's not that many choice of moves at this point, so it's quite easy to read.
Yes, that's very interesting. And what do you think Takanashi is thinking?
If I knew I'd be 4-time world champion, that's always worth bearing in mind, obviously, that we give our opinion on these positions, but we're a level or two down from the players in the actual match. So what we're giving is our opinion from our standard, and that's why we try to give a generic thought rather than sometimes a long line of moves. When we get to the semi-finals and the final, we'll have some of the strong players from who didn't make the semi-finals but had the ability to do so joining us in the room, and they will be able to look a lot more deeply and make that kind of calculation, which is much more interesting at the semi-final stage.
But then also, if there are any beginners watching that haven't played the game much, it might be confusing as to why they're not just flipping as many discs as possible every move. And so hopefully it can begin to invoke thoughts about how this game is a lot more complex than it might seem at face value to a beginner.
Yeah, the way I always describe it to a beginner is the idea isn't to get as many discs as possible on each move. The idea is to have as many discs as possible at the end of the game. And the way you do that is you control the game rather than take more discs.
See, that's the move I was going to say, because it flips in one direction. I don't know if I assume it was right, because Takanashi played it.
You can assume that it's not too wrong.
Although that did look like quite a natural response at G5, just filling the hole.
Yeah, but I think Takanashi's plan might be to play through again. To take the 4-on-4 at the top that is utterly isolated, and the only moves around it would be B1 and G1. And if he can force...
Does the D3 disc not make it a bit messier to play it somewhere like G4? G3?
Yeah, it would do.
So might he
but white also has the move at D7.
Oh yes.
And so the question is it worth taking one quiet move at G3 and allowing white, so black playing G3 and allowing white to play D7, or is it better to play D7, prevent white from playing there? It does give black C7, but you do actually get other moves as well, even if they're not quite as nice.
And he has played through again. I assume C7, yes. That's a very pretty move, and Alex didn't spend much time thinking about it, so I assume he anticipated d7 from Takanashi. And now, what will Black be looking to do here?
I'm not sure. I'm looking at it. What Black would like to do is keep playing down towards the south of the board.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking h7.
h7's not a bad option.
It looks natural. But I think White playing to c8 it looks nice as well. I don't know if there's a way to affect that.
Okay. But White playing to c8 wasn't that much of a problem because Black could have played to d8 immediately afterwards.
Yes,
and
sure,
then,
without
but I'm sure Takanashi's got a better plan.
Yes. But he can't play to d8 now. Really, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna appreciate they're better than me. Maybe by a little bit.
I'm actually going to check that position. Because I think h7 may have been better, but given that it was Takanashi not playing it, I assume that he saw something that we didn't, and I'd like to know what it was.
I think it's quite rare to have two quite strong edge positions on opposite edges like this, because often the problem with it is that it poisons moves that you play on the right and the left hand side. Whereas here he'll be trying to play as quietly as possible without that being the case.
Who's he?
Takanashi. Well, both of them, I'm sure. But
so I wouldn't say that Black has that bottom edge yet.
But he's got more. He's got a significant block of pieces around it, and White doesn't seem to be in a hurry to take that edge either. So you'd kind of think that edge is more Black at the moment.
So I'm just going to go to flip the disc, and I'm going to go back a few moves because I would like to know if Takanashi made a mistake there, just so I can boast about it if he did.
Technically, h7 was my move, so this is, I don't know. This doesn't look nice for Black, does it? What's Black thinking here? It looks... It's Black's go.
Yes, it's looking nicer for White now, I think.
Black just doesn't seem to have any nice moves. Maybe there's something I'm missing. There probably is.
So a big shout out to the flip the disc team, the developers, the people that are here working with it for the pairings. It's been a really good tool for us to use, and hopefully in future years we'll be able to show some of the screens from Flip the Disc on the. I don't know if you can hear Luke slurping away at his drink there, but there you go. That coincided with the timing of someone putting a cup down with a straw on Takanashi's table. Anyway,
coincidence.
Yeah, we hope in future years to be able to share some of the screens. We'll be able to use the analysis tools. We'll be able to show you what we're thinking a lot more easily, and we'll be able to see all the pairings and the rankings,
and also
all in one place.
If anyone has any suggestions for features they would like to see on these live streams, and features that might be able to be done like that by including them in Flip the Disc, please suggest them, because it's always useful. We want to make these streams as good and as engaging to watch as possible. So it's black's move again. If anyone watching has any move suggestions, please suggest them and I'll try and take that on board. What is the purpose of white's x square here? It doesn't look... like, obviously you get a wedge in one of two places, but they're not the strongest wedges, I don't think. And you can also... black will just be able to play in the other one, right?
At the moment, black wouldn't be able to play in the other one. If black takes the corner, white plays
right,
B8.
Yes. Oh,
so
I see what you mean.
If you don't flip, if you can play an X square against edges that have been taken and you don't flip the column or the row associated with the X square, it's always worth looking at. In this case, it was a relatively close position. The idea is
that white gets 2 moves.
Well, white gets 3 moves out of the 4.
Sure.
And so black's position collapses elsewhere and white ends up with 2 wedges. It is quite a thin wedge, especially on the left-hand side.
But
so
if black can't play in it, then you're able to leave it for a tempo, essentially.
Yes, but but the other thing about this kind of edge is it's to get the 3 moves. Sometimes white can play the X square and then sacrifice on one of those 2 edges and allow black to take the corner and then take the wedge.
Right.
But at the moment, he'd like the wedge on the bottom. But if he sacrifices at A7, then black will take B8.
Yes.
And get the swindle. So it is a very thin edge on that left-hand side. So it's one of those moves that well worth thinking about, but you've got to work out whether the rest of the board is working in the favour of that corner working out, or you've got to then take on the responsibility of making it work out in your favour.
It's quite a nice position. Yeah, this will be a big win for Alex if he can make this work. And Takanashi's in first place at the moment as well. So that will be significant for him if he doesn't win. I always expect Japanese players to win just because they're Japanese, but you have to remember that there are extremely strong players from other countries as well. Someone's asked, so after A8, does white go B8 or F8? Assuming black plays A8.
Oh, F8 first, but B8 is not going any... Oh, could go somewhere, but unlikely permanently. But here's an interesting thing. I just ran the position a few moves ago when Luke suggested H7 in instead of A6, Takanashi's A6. And I've run the analysis it's not making any difference to the game right now, so I don't mind sharing it because it makes an interesting point. When the analysis started running, which was in the EDAX on Flip the Disc, for a long while, whilst it was thinking, it had H7 as -2. That means a little bit losing. After a long while, that changed to 0. In the meantime, Takanashi's move was -6. And as it kept thinking, it went down to 0. Then it went to +4. And now it's at +6. So there's something superficially reasonable about H7 that Luke and I spotted.
And the time it's taken to get there suggests that
the
it's
deep
possible Takanashi has a plan for into the end game, and it flipped a disc that he'll need.
Yeah.
So
It's a real indication of the time that it took EDAX to get to that +6 for Takanashi's move. That he's looking at something much deeper than we were. And I'm not sure what it is. I'm still not sure what it is. The other interesting thing about that position was that B5 instead of A6 was actually +2 on A6, so even better than Takanashi's chosen move. Using computer analysis is always useful, but obviously when humans are playing, they are thinking heuristically with a plan in mind rather than just a plus or minus score calculating.
So the top right region, as someone said in the live chat, is a good region for black. It's an odd region. White can play in it at G1, but not easily. Are you able to utilize that?
Utilize it as which colour?
Black, in terms of...
Whose move is it?
It is White's
move.
But I mean, in the long term, will Black want to play in there soon or later? Or
well, Black can't play in there.
Black can play in the top right.
Oh, top right. Oh, so you're saying the top right is an odd region?
Yes, that's why I said top right.
Okay, right. Sorry. Okay. If you can force the top left to play out so that Black gets the top edge, and White doesn't have any good moves in that top right region, then it's good to leave it. If the left-hand side of the board, the top left in particular, is going to play out and White gets A1, then White is going to be able to play into that top region and make it even anyway, in which case there may be some advantage to playing something there now. G3, for example, does deny access, at least temporarily, to B8. So White can't take advantage of the early extra sacrifice in that bottom left-hand corner. So there could be advantages, yes. That's the kind of thing that I would be thinking. Mainly I would be thinking as Black, is White going to be able to play out the top left-hand corner and get A1?
Sure.
And if not, then it's worth leaving the top right.
Fair enough.
That's all without calculation of knowing. Yeah, it's all without calculation. That's just thinking out loud.
Yeah, Takanashi is almost down to 5 minutes now, whereas Alex still has just under 16 minutes. So that adds another exciting dimension into this game.
I don't think I've ever seen Takanashi in time trouble, though.
No,
he uses his time.
I think it's something. I think the Japanese use their time incredibly efficiently.
They're often low on time at the end, but
That's
they're never rushing their moves. They always know what they're going to play when they're low on time.
And I think it's a good thing to be low on time at the end of the game when you finished, because if you haven't used all your time, is there something else you could probably have done to play better? And Takanashi is no newbie to tournament play, of course, so...
And just to give a bit of a rundown on the tournament positions at the moment, there have been, after round 10, so this is round 11 that we're watching at the moment, after round 10, Yusuke Takanashi was on 9 out of 10 and is heading in the standings. Kurita is on 8.5. Alex, who's playing Takanashi this round, the game that we're watching, is on 8. The youngster, was he 11 years old, did someone say recently?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Yo Tomita from Japan is on 7.5, so he's having a really, really good tournament as well, looking strong to possibly reach the semi-finals, which would be fun. Bo Xiangko, Alex's teammate from Singapore, is also on 7.5. Juji Du. I'm going to run through a list of names now of people on 7 because
you'll get to hear it for a second time. That's good.
People who are pushing for semi-final place: Juji Du, Po Young Chang, Yang Song, Oscar Eklund, Sumanara, Maverick Lam, Joanna William, and Hisako Kinoshita. Joanna William and Hisako Kinoshita are both females, first from Australia, second from Japan, and they are both on 7 out of 10 at the moment as well. So that's...
And of course it all depends on who plays who in future rounds, because obviously if some of the good players haven't played each other, then that will affect it too. So it's kind of anyone's tournament. Still,
not anyone's.
Maybe not Banks.
There are people who Banks not going to reach the semi-finals.
You never know.
So in the women's tournament, we do have Joanna William on 7, Hisako Kinoshita on 7, and then Zhen Dong from Hong Kong on 6.
Do we have the team rankings?
One moment. And so after Yo Tomita in the junior category, we have Calvin Ko on 6. So Yo Tomita is on 7.5, Calvin is on 6, and then we have the Netherlands player Daniel Dufour on 5.5. And yeah, so that's looking like the semi-final, the youngster final will happen between the youth final will happen between 2 of those 3. Did you run through these whilst I wasn't here?
Maybe not the team ones. So.
Okay, so you just let me speak for 5 minutes without telling me
I mentioned
that you'd already
it
run through it.
You just have to listen. Now go to your room. The position is looking juicy at the moment. Oh, someone else has said A5 looks juicy. I thought people just have a language. Yeah, so blacks go black. Takanashi is now down to 1 minute 56. Of course, we all have faith that he knows what he's doing. So I assume the comment for A5 is for white, given black can't play there. Black has taken away the access, as you said, to B8 and hasn't... Oh, he's taken a corner. White takes the wedge, black fills in the hole. And now white has access to B8 as well. It's looking good for white. I don't know if that's just me, but at my +1 search depth, that...
Well, Alex looks like he's realised that too, if that's true. This is a good example of being able to play parity very well.
But apparently, according to someone in the comments, Alex had a +6 against Takanashi with 4 squares left to play last time they met in the World. I'm not sure if in the World Championships. Yeah, in World Championships. So,
yeah,
as is often the case in Othello, anything can happen.
Yeah. So, one of the things that restored my faith in Othello after taking a while out from it was seeing positions that the absolute best players in the world were struggling with, not knowing what to do, making mistakes. It gave me faith that there wasn't just always a right move and my opponent always knew it. They were better than me in some respect without knowing the best moves.
B3. Why is someone talking about B3? I am confused. Right, so it is white's go. Although black's used his time in the mid game, he still has to play without thinking too much here, and it looks like there might be things he would like to have time for to think about.
Did you say black?
Yeah, I think I said black. I meant black if I didn't. So white's played an X square. White's now made the whole of the second row white. And has left an odd region he can't play into. I'm sure there was reason behind it. But
well, it's connected to the bottom right-hand region, which is also odd.
Yes.
The only move black has down there,
yeah, true,
would give white the H8 corner and leave 2 odd regions.
Yeah, so it cancels out in terms of parity. So white still has parity despite the top right region.
Yeah.
And of course, black therefore takes the H1 corner. Is it just a case of playing out parity? Because this is interesting.
I think so.
Now if black goes H2, he hasn't flipped the second row at all, so isn't able to pull out many discs from there because of that wedge that Alex took on the left-hand side earlier.
Yep.
And it seems like they both know.
Yep. This is just playing out the moves now, and it's an Alex win.
That's a huge win for him.
It's a big win.
That's probably going to get him to the semi-finals.
I'd like to see him in the semi-finals. Actually, there's been several years where we've chatted to him in interviews.
Takanashi with a slight look of surprise, probably awe for the great Alex Ko, the great Mr. Academy himself.
Yeah. So Alex Ko on the right-hand side. If you haven't checked out the YouTube channel Othello Academy, it's well worth doing. There's loads of videos there, educational.
You can tell Alex has really been watching them coming into this tournament.
And look at the delight on his face as well.
That's a huge
relief and delight,
result.
Especially as was pointed out on YouTube. If he lost in a previous World Championship with 4 empties, getting past that point and realizing that you aren't making a mistake and that you're going to win is a huge, huge relief. So we've switched to the board 2, which is Seiya Kurita versus Zhejiang Ko. Sorry, I haven't got my glasses on. I can't see the screen from here. And this is looking like a very, very interesting position because I can see from the board, without looking at the clocks and without looking at the number of moves that have been played, that it's white's move, and the reason for that is because black has no legal moves. Has there been a pass? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's a really, really interesting position. At first glance, I would say white is just in total control here and should be winning. And then I look at all of the even spaces that are dotted around, and I think, well, white has to play first there, and white has to play first there. But I don't think it's actually going to make that much difference. I think white has enough control. Black has 2 moves here. Okay, so white plays out the bottom corner, white, black, white. And then black has to play next to this corner. And then white takes b1. Black plays b2, only move. White takes the corner. And white's going to pull out a load of discs here. So probably a1, b8, c8, h2, h1, a6, a7, and that's a lot of white pieces. Okay, it's going h1 first, h2 first. But he's got his solid corner and he's just pulling out all the discs. Okay. And that's a white win for Kurita, and a kind of masterclass in time management. His time is now just ticked over on the clock. So you could see that by the time he was playing his last moves, he had enough time to play them, and he knew what he was doing. There was no panic, but he still allowed his clock to reach that point. We'll be back later for the next round.
Hello. Waiting for my Wi-Fi here to work again, but I am here. Yeah, so after that incredible game between Alex and Takanashi, we now have Kurita versus the Japanese youth player, Tomita Yao. They're already a fair way into it, and again, I think Guy is coming down shortly. I believe he was getting a charger, so that we can keep actually seeing live chat, seeing stats, etc. It's good fun. I think the game was fairly quick when Yao played against Takanashi, so we'll see how this goes. Stuff is struggling to load for me, so bear with. So, first of all, after the previous round, after round 11, Kurita is now in first place on 9.5 points out of a possible 11. Takanashi, who was in first place going into round 11, is now in second place on 9 points. Alex Ko is now also on 9 points. He's in third place on the tiebreak though. And Tomita Yo is in fourth place, who is obviously playing here. So a very strong tournament for the young man. Then it goes Yansong in fifth place, William Joanna in sixth place, William Joanna, Kinoshita Hisaku in seventh, Kobo Zhang in 8th, Chen Po Yun in 9th, who's on 7 points, and Du Zhuzi in 10th, also on 7 points. So still a close tournament. There's also a number of other players on 7 points. It only goes down to 6.5 from 21st place onwards. So 20th and above are all on 7 or above points, if that makes sense. Right, so let me know if you can all hear me. Let me know if I can see your chat by putting something in the chat. And that last X square was the only winning, really. So I'd recorded an interview with Alex after the previous round, straight as he was coming out from the tournament venue. I'm trying to work out a way to upload it. I'm not sure. I only have 500 megabytes of data per day. I think this is 800 megabytes of video for a 1.5-minute video. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it can be done. It also appears to be difficult to upload things to YouTube in general here. So all good fun. Right, let me get the live chats up again. Right, I'm going to assume people can hear me. Yeah, so currently, again, it looks like quite an aggressive position for black, trying to pull white towards the bottom left-hand corner. The white pieces are all around black, so white's kind of taken up that more defensive position as we talked about previously. White will be looking to play the quieter moves, not run out of moves. and trying to force black to play through their big group of discs. Yes, this has been, as we said, a very strong tournament for Tomita Yo. And this game, of course, the winner of it will affect the outcome of their tournament and their likelihood to reach the semi-finals. As a reminder, it's the top 4 players that progress. It's amazing to me that someone this young can think so in depth. I think when I was that age, I was thinking about, I don't know, going to ride my bike or playing with my toys or something. It's incredible. Very cool to watch. And here comes Guy Plowman himself, the big Gui. Just so you know, I have read out the standings. I also tried to transfer the video of the interview to you. I couldn't think of another way, as I can't send it over like Google Photos or anything, because it's more than my 500 megabytes of data I have. So that's fun. I tried doing it by Bluetooth, but that was very battery intensive and made both our phones quite hot and was going to take 2 or 3 hours. So my thought is, if someone watching this, you never know, is in the venue and has a USB-C to USB-C cable, that would probably be the best way, because then we could transfer it from phone to phone directly without needing to do it over non-existent Wi-Fi.
I might have one in the room.
If you could go and get that right now, that would be awesome.
I don't think I have got one in the room though.
Oh.
I might have. I'll check next time I'm there.
Yeah, because it would be good to get that up as soon as possible, I think.
So help me catch up with what's going on.
So, I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you.
Bless me. So they played some moves. Kurita is now in first place. Alex and Takanashi are tied for second place. Takanashi is ahead on tiebreak. Yeah, so this is the position thus far.
And what about Tomita? Yo.
He's in fourth place coming into this game.
Okay. So the game that we're watching is actually quite important. How many points behind Kurita is Tomita?
So Tomita, I think, is on 9.5, 9, 8.5? No, 8. Let me double check. You've made me have to switch back to flip the disc here, which is fine. I like flip the disc. I just don't like connecting to anything here because it's tricky. Standings. Yeah, 8.5.
And so you said Kurita's on?
Kurita's on 9.5. Takanashi and Alex Ko are on 9.
Right, so a Tomita win here would put him on the same as Kurita.
Yes.
Tomita, Kurita. I'm getting my names muddled up in terms of first, second.
8.5, yeah. 8.5 points. Thoughts on the position? To me, it looks quite comfortable for black.
White's move as well.
Black obviously hasn't shied away from using some time to get to this position as well, so...
Yeah. Yeah, black still has some outlier discs. C2, F3, G5. But it being white's move, what white would like to be able to do in this position is give black the bottom edge, make a sacrifice at B7. But obviously he can't do this at the moment because E8, G8, B7 would be a swindle. Oh, yeah, it would be a swindle. I mean, not immediately because black doesn't have access to B8 immediately, but it seems like he can get there and be able to take both B8 and A8. So white needs to find a way of maybe, so F2 is what Tomito is looking at there. And it looks like a good shout to me because the other black moves. So the black moves after F2, what black moves are there? Where would you go after F2, Luke?
After F2, I would go G3. I think.
Okay.
Maybe not, but like just off the...
Sure, off the top of your head. And that would give G4 as an immediate response. And I think that all black moves give white an immediate response. So white is clinging on. The one that I would say is slightly different is D1. I think most other... so after F2, most black moves give white an immediate response. After D1...
How does white play D1?
No, after white F2, if black goes to D1, then... then white might want to play out the bottom edge before playing E1. Just so F1 would be poisoned for black. It just makes it a bit harder for black. Okay, he's going to play out that now. And he's going to, I mean, it was interesting because like a minute ago his hand hovered over the F2 square. And then he thought about it a bit more. And then he decided to play E8 immediately. So
I guess this way he still can play F2.
Yeah. I would be surprised if black didn't take this, just because his whole position at the moment is based around the fact that white can't take advantage on the left-hand side. Particularly A4, white would like to be able to play now. The only ways black can avoid that is by playing B3 or A4, and so Tomito Yao has found a way of playing where he thinks there's a reason to play out the bottom edge before taking F2, but the position remains the same in terms of thought. Now, where does black play? Okay, so what he's done there is he's played out the bottom edge so that black move to F1 is poisoned immediately. So the question now is, where can black play? G6 looks like it's still applying pressure, but H5 keeps black being pulled towards white's block at the top. I wouldn't be surprised if white was actually winning here, if he survives.
white was winning here, I would struggle to play this as white. But of course, that's why they're there. Yeah, so black did take the edge. And white did play f2, it seems. So black will continue to look will look to continue his aggression to the bottom left, trying to pull white towards it. And I would have naturally looked for g6 here, but it flips towards the c2 disc, which is kind of poisoning.
Right, it is slightly poisoned, but white doesn't have a disc on the c8 to f5 diagonal, so cannot play g4. So flipping that way doesn't make that much difference in this position.
Yes.
I would say that white's reaction would be h5 if that is played. In fact, I think it's kind of the only move that white can play. It's got a choice of that or c1, really. One thing that I've noticed in this hotel is that there are plug sockets which accept international plugs. So in the same way that you can get those adapters with all of those holes in that you can plug in, there's ones in the wall where you can plug in using all of your different things, and it's actually quite a cool idea.
Which I think is a fantastic thing to have in other countries.
And in England. It made me think maybe I should get one for our guest room, so if we have international guests, they can plug in very easily.
Well, there's a better way to solve it. Just don't have international guests. That's a joke for everyone that's international watching.
It's very, very funny.
Thank you. So, blacks go still. It's funny to see a young person playing because a lot more fidgety than the older Japanese players. I think Japanese players typically are very, very calm and collected.
Yeah, but do you remember when you first started playing chess, Luke? One of the first things they taught you was to sit on your hands when it's not your move.
Oh yeah.
Because when you're young, you tend to be full of energy, fidgety, distracted by everything that's going on around you, and sitting on your hands actually helped you to look at the board and concentrate. Yeah, that's quite a joyous face.
He's loving it.
So who would you rather be in this situation, Luke?
Oh, black.
Why?
It's more my kind of position. I hate having to be the one defending against someone pulling towards a corner. I'm not saying I'm necessarily better at pulling towards the corner. I just find the moves a bit more intuitive to find.
Yeah, okay, I get that. But taking that into account, that doesn't mean that you will never find yourself in a position where you're not the person.
It actually does. I just lose more often.
Okay.
I think it's more... He's so animated. I think it's more, if I have a position like white's here, every move that I think through and play feels riskier. And I'm never quite as sure as to whether it was the right move or not.
Right. Whereas black, you feel more confident that it's a decent
it's just
move,
like build
even
up
if it loses, you were just losing.
Yeah, I can see what's going to pull them towards the corner and what won't, a bit more than seeing what won't get myself, pulled towards it too much.
I get that. And so Kurita has used about 7 minutes so far on this move. And there are points in the game. So you'll notice with top players that often they'll play the first moves very quickly and the last moves very quickly. And then in the middle of the game, they will stop and think. And it'll vary from game to game, but it's generally true that there is a point in the game where it's crucial to stop and think. The transition from just playing good, quiet moves to thinking about what's actually going to happen in the end game is a crucial time. You have to stop, you have to think. You have to think, how is this going to affect the end game? Or possibly, how am I going to survive, or how am I going to kill? But there's often a crucial moment in the game where you have to stop and think. And it's worth getting into the habit of doing that, which is, I've noticed that and talked to a number of players who learn to play online, and they actually struggle with stopping and thinking at the right time. They don't know when the right time is to stop and think.
Speaking of, to all of the 67 people watching that haven't contributed to the 14 likes on this stream, make sure you exit full screen, as I'm sure your stream is. Click the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and I'm expecting to see the 14 likes shoot up to 69. Might sound like a small thing, but it's free to do and helps boost these streams and therefore the community. So therefore, if you don't do it, you hate Othello. That's also a joke.
It's very funny.
Thank you very much.
It's a really, really close position. I'm not sure who's winning.
I thought it was certain that black was winning.
But if white survives, white is winning.
Which is kind of the beauty of these attack versus defense positions, because although it's white just trying to cling on, essentially, if they manage to, then they'll almost always have the advantage, I think.
In the end game, if they're white, yeah.
Just because of
if it's
parity.
Black pulling white and white survives, then white will normally win.
What about if it's white pulling black towards a corner and black survives?
Then then white will normally win. I don't know. No, I say normally. No, if black can get parity, then obviously everything changes.
Good man, Ricardo. Thanks for the thumbs up. Well done for playing your part in the Othello community. And to everyone else, of course. Yes.
And having said that, players like Kurita are very good at, like, white is under pressure, white might survive, but the pressure might... Kurita's very good at making that pressure pay one way or another. So even if white survives, it wouldn't surprise me if black could win the game.
Yes.
It's a very close game.
Obviously, Kurita's one of the best players in the world, but I do find it Yo shaking the board as he
Yeah.
dives for his drink. I find it really impressive how he's taken away two of what would be the most kind of natural moves for white to play in G4 and A4.
Yeah, and
White's
if he plays A4 himself, black doesn't have access to B3 either.
Yeah,
Immediately. I mean,
small-
H6 could rectify that, but you have to be careful.
yeah, lots of small non-main diagonals that are playing a big part in this game so far.
Yeah, which is often what happens. If you're grabbing edges and you're not getting a degree of control on those minor diagonals, then you are just setting yourself up for a sacrifice against you. Part of the reason you play those moves, so C8 is related to E6 and G8 is related to E6, and so often you can read out an unbalanced edge to make sure that you get that E6 disc, and in taking C8 you also get the D7 disc, and often it's the case that G4 is denied. Often.
And it's also worth pointing out that white can't sacrifice for a wedge by playing C7, because the B column would be entirely white, which means that if white played to C7, then thank you. Then black could play B8 without flipping the B7 disc.
Well, not immediately.
Not immediately, but I mean, he
almost certainly can get in there. You're right. Yeah, I did say, I don't know, you weren't listening at the time. You were eating your lunch or whatever. I did say that where before the bottom edge was played out, that what black would like to do is play out. What white would like to do is play out, give black the bottom edge, and make that sacrifice. But he's not going to be able to do that immediately.
That was very funny.
Thank you very much.
So, in terms of the interview with Alex,
that was very funny.
Oh, thank you. It was a funny interview. I do have a USB-C to USB-C cable now, so I'm hoping I can transfer the video across and then upload it from someone that has more data than I do in a different continent. So there's been some fun technological challenges, puzzles.
Yeah, that may be possible once my battery is above 5%.
Yes. Oh, wow. So black played G4 and white responded almost instantly with H4. That was two moves.
Yeah, so it
looked like oh, he looks just
yes, you're right, Luke.
he played very quickly. I think that might have been a case where it might have been better to think through a little bit. That looks to me to be a face of please don't notice what I've just let you do, whatever that may be.
Yeah, so yes, you're right.
I've definitely been in this position. This is my moment for commentary. Oh,
he's heartbroken.
that's tough.
That is tough. So, I wish we could show you this on the board because it all happened rather quickly. Black played G4 and it left a really, really natural response of G3 for white to play into. He didn't. He played H4
almost instantly.
Almost instantly, as though he'd already planned to do it. And he flipped in both directions without thinking, so it wasn't that he hadn't noticed something. And I think it was probably a game-losing move.
But it happens, he's young.
Yeah. Maybe not interview him after this game.
No, yeah.
I think he's giving his interview right now. I think it was a really close position before that, and now it's a huge black win.
Yeah, a tough one. What was the other move like?
Which other move?
The quiet move.
What was it like? What do you mean?
What was the score before that?
If I go back and check it on EDAX. So on flip the disc, if we went back to that move, black's G4 was +2 after a relatively deep analysis. So black, EDAX believed that black was slightly ahead. But the immediate move after that had white at 0. So it's not quite clear. We could go and check it in a stronger engine, but
yeah, no, we've definitely all been there.
Yeah,
even Kurita, maybe not game losing rushed mistake, but I remember after his semi-final last year in Italy against Nagano, had his own place of being upset.
Yes,
with himself.
Yes.
And we did interview him after that, and that was also a tough one to do.
This currently reminds me of a game of Monopoly where you've lost from quite early on.
Monopoly is the greatest Othello stream. The Monopoly is the second greatest board game to exist, and I will be having none of your.
And I will contend that Monopoly exists to show the futility of capitalism, agree or disagree. And you know that you're going to lose 9 times out of 10 within the first half hour of playing, and you still have to finish the game another 3 hours.
Spoken like someone that doesn't win at it. Look at that. He doesn't have a swindle.
Yeah, he does.
Well, he didn't straight away. As in white.
White doesn't have the swindle.
Yeah, black paid the X square.
Ah, right, okay. So white,
white didn't have
the
ability to play at G1.
Yeah, I mean it was cool. An odd region anyway.
Cool. Yeah, but I thought.
But the cool thing for Kurita here is that the G columns are all black. So although white flips these discs, black's likely to get most of them back.
The games like this
and still has the G2 disc to take the corner.
Yeah, games like this make me see David Hand's point for ridged boards. This is a bit painful.
A bit messy, isn't it?
It's a bit messy.
But I remember Takahashi playing at the age of 11 before he won the World Championship. And he was always smiling. Win, lose, draw. He was always smiling.
Yes. And I'm sure Yo will be
fine with this. Yeah.
Firstly, good Othello engines to study. I think Reversatile for a Xiaomi phone, which is Android.
Well, it depends. It depends. If you're talking about studying, then one of the best things you can do is play your games against people, get to the end of the game, and then send it to an app that can reverse.
Yeah, but which app?
Okay, so on a phone, Reversatile doesn't do that, but Zebra on a computer does. Does it?
Yeah.
On a phone?
Yes.
Okay. If it does, then
I'm going to answer this question. I think for free, Reversatile or Sensei are both good options.
Does Sensei reverse?
About reverse and regressive analysis or whatever. I mean, you can start from the beginning and play through it and see its analysis that way as well. I think the options are Reversatile, which is free, Sensei, which I haven't used as much but which is free, and Sio app, which is
paid for.
It's a bit pricier, but that's, I think, the preferred choice for most people.
Yeah, it gives you the most information. It does the regression analysis very
analysis,
easily.
Which is basically where you enter the game in and it goes and analyses it backwards and then gives you stats on the game. So,
and there's an advantage for a program that analyses backwards because it's got one move less in its tree. So we have an end to that game, and
Karita
it didn't
won comfortably.
Yes, after Tomita Yao,
and it's switch screens, but he looks fine.
Yeah, he looks fine again.
He'll come back. And as far as games like that go, where you make a silly mistake, like there's no one you'd rather it happen against. It's worse for it to happen in a game that you should win.
No. I disagree. Everybody loses to people they shouldn't lose to sometimes. The opportunity to beat one of the best players in the world,
I'm saying,
doesn't come around too often.
In terms of the probability of how he was going to do through this tournament, this affects the outcome less.
Maybe not. I mean, that would have put him on equal points with Karita.
Yes.
And now he's 2 points behind. In this tournament, it really affects it.
I'm saying he's less likely to have beaten Karita coming into this tournament than someone lower ranked, and therefore if he'd made that mistake against someone lower ranked and then lost to Karita as well.
I understand what you're saying, but but coming into this tournament,
of course,
is one thing,
more painful given that he was doing well.
It happening at this point
but even
in
from
the
that
tournament,
point, you don't know he was going to win. It was going to be close.
We might need to put this out to a vote.
I can't do it from my phone.
Then people can just comment. Is it better to lose to Karita under such circumstances or someone else?
No, the question is, would you rather make a silly mistake, avoidable mistake, against someone like Karita or someone lower ranked than yourself that you should be beating?
Taking into account this tournament?
Taking into account whatever you want, as long as it supports me. Anyway, we have switched to board 2 now,
which is Takanashi versus
Kinoshita.
Yusuke Takanashi is white. How's their time doing?
7 minutes versus 11 minutes.
Oh. I quite like having the real clocks. In previous years, we've had countdown timers that have been started at the same time, or from live Othello or whatever.
It's, often hard to know.
Exactly. It's knowing when people have got seconds left has been fun. Yeah, the analysis of the Karita versus Tomita Yao game is neck and neck all the way through until the H5 move, which plummeted Yao into the depths of his despair, let's say.
But he was loving life before that, so it was a fun game to watch. And I'm sure he'll never make that mistake again. So
yeah. Every loss is a learning opportunity.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this tournament because there hasn't been one person who's just won all their games. As impressive as that is to see, I prefer it when you go into a game not knowing who's going to win or come out on top. And this still feels very much like there's no clear favourite.
Yeah.
Even if the top players are all Japanese.
So who would you rather be in this game, Luke?
I would rather be... It's white's go. So black, just based on it being white's go. I think here black has a number of options that look quite nice, and I don't think white has a way to stop every single one of them. Although
white has some nice play on the left edge.
White, yes. Yeah, that's also true. I think it looks quite similar. It's almost like that two walls kind of thing, but then both have a similar number of discs in each other's positions.
That is an interesting choice, though. I think that D1 may have been better. My reasoning is that if white plays A5, black is committing to taking that edge or allowing white to take A3 after another move, because the 3 row is all black, so black is committed to taking that now.
Definitely rather be white now.
Yeah.
I don't think black has many.
No, I think that was a bad move by black.
Well, it's all relative. Where now for white?
G2. Maybe. The left-hand side is looking very black, so
yeah, I'm never quite sure, because if he goes G2, gets the wedge.
Actually,
it kind of allows black to sacrifice back with G7, right? So
yeah, possibly.
Although playing G2 takes the diagonal, which
could come into play later.
Looks easy enough to flip back.
It looks easy enough to flip back. So I reckon this is a preparatory move for G2.
And although it's
because
a weird
it's a weird move.
If black plays in it, it flips in every direction.
Yeah. So black's more likely to play C1 because white doesn't have access to E1. But I think the reason for playing D1 is that he wants to play G2, and if he plays G2 too early, then D1 flips F3 back and gets back on the diagonal. Whereas once that's out of the way, G2 becomes a defendable diagonal.
So someone's asked, has Japan always had this stronger player base, or is this something that happened in recent years? And I think the answer is pretty much always.
Yeah, it's always been there.
The way it's marketed and pushed on people in Japan is
So in a lot of countries, Othello is a game that you have in your cupboard, or maybe there's no licensee, maybe there's no company that even sells Othello in some countries. In other countries, it's sold very much as a toy that goes into the cupboard, and then you get it out. You say, do you want to play a game? Yes. What game would you like to play? You go into cupboard, you find Othello once in a while, and you play it, and then you put it back again, and the next time it will be a different game, a different toy game. In Japan, it's very much a strategy game, along the lines of chess and Go, and other two-player strategy games, Chinese chess, whatever. Japanese chess. So if school children play it, for example, it's as a strategy game. There will be an Othello club rather than just having it in their school games cupboard.
Yeah.
And it's basically if you have a lot of people playing, then you will have a lot of good people playing. That's the big difference. And then that happens because of the way in which they treat the game. The other thing is that the global license holder for the game is Japanese, and so has a vested interest within their own country. They want it to do well in other countries as well, obviously, but they're reliant on how it's marketed in those countries on others.
So Ivan has said, based on the standings after round 11, the top 20 players are from APOC, which I assume is Asia Pacific Othello Confederation.
Well, it doesn't have to be the Confederation, it just means the global part of the world.
Okay.
APOC is, Asia Pacific, I think.
Oh, right, so that's nothing to do, that's like outside of Othello.
Yeah.
It doesn't stand for Othello.
We do have a confederation which is APOC within Othello.
I don't know. So, tell me what that stands for, Ivan. But point is, 19 of the top 20 players are from this part of the world, except Oscar Eklund, who is at 11th. And what a pity, some top European players are not in China. Although there are players like Matthias here, like Jan did very well last year. And I've always been one to say that even if you get here a week early or so, and have time to adjust to the time difference, you're still going to be thinking slower, even if you think you've adjusted to the time difference. It's very difficult to get a tournament that's completely neutral for all players unless everyone moves here a year early.
Yeah, and although the Japanese are strong, we have seen them struggle more. We've seen someone dominate one year and then come to Europe the next year and struggle.
But then Japan are at everyone, and I just naturally
and it is a shame not to have some of the top European players here. But it's also true that we missed Jan Song for a good number of years.
Yes.
And so one of the strongest players in the world. It's lovely to see him here.
It is Othello Confederation. I was right.
Oh, the OC is Othello Confederation.
Yep.
So AP is just Asia Pacific.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay. Oh wow. Okay. There you go.
Yeah, Japan has always had the best players. Tournaments every weekend.
Yeah.
Othello in schools, books, birthplace of Othello.
Okay, and so what's actually happened on the board here is what we suspected. White played D1 so that he could play G2. Black, Kinoshita, played G7, making the sacrifice down there. White played the G2 move, and now, so then Black played E1. White has played B8. Now I expect Black to be able to get in there because there's an odd region at the top, unless I'm missing something. But in doing so, and you have to have a bit of a race here. So without actually looking ahead and calculating, does White get? So Black's going to have to give White the H1 corner, and then H1, and then so just for example, just say it goes H2, H1, G1. Black would get down to H8 before White. No, White would get down to H8 before Black gets down to A8, and then so White would then get the extra move of G8, saving a huge number of discs in the bottom corner. So this is a White win.
Because of that diagonal.
Yeah. And the D1 move is actually quite educational. Like the diagonal is crucially important, and the D1 move was ugly, but it allows this to happen.
Yeah, so now this is
the diagonal became that much more powerful after the D1 move.
You take that corner, that diagonal is all one colour, so you don't flip that way.
Then you're going to get the other main diagonal as well, and the last move in the top left. So this is a good win for Takanashi.
I think the main reason the Europeans aren't doing so well is because there's no British team.
We could have played, Luke. We're here.
This is true. Alright, pretty comfortable stuff for Takanashi. Congratulations to him, of course. I'm now going to work on uploading this interview with Alex. It's Alex Coe, seeing if I can. That's all for this round. See you for round 12 this is, so the next one is the final round of the Swiss section.
This is round 12, is it?
Yes.
Okay. I've lost count. Yep, final round of the Swiss. Final round of today as well.
So see you soon. hello. Some more slight technical issues with something else, but we're here to commentate on the game between Yansong and Kurita. Kurita's playing black, and there are a few moves in. This is the final round for today. Do you have the standings?
I'm just trying to get them at the moment. My connection's not great either.
My connection is iffy and my battery's on 7%, so on my phone, so I'm trying my best.
My phone's not connecting at all now. So what we were trying to do was we were trying to find a way to upload the video for you with the interview with Alex Coe, and it appears to have affected...
It's a minute and a half, and I have 500 megabytes of data in chunks. So I pay £8.45, get 500 megabytes of data, and then can't do things that use up more than that data in one go, because I'd have to buy another chunk. And this video is like 800 megabytes, and it's a bit of a pickle. And using Wi-Fi, I think in this over here, doesn't let you upload to YouTube, so it might have to be uploaded in a week or so. Well, I say in a week, maybe in a couple of days.
But my connection was fine, so we thought we might be able to upload it through my phone, but Luke transferring it to my phone and trying to upload it seems to have made my connection very dodgy.
Have you restarted your phone?
Yeah, maybe they realised that we were doing something that they didn't like, and they
I
automatically
doubt it.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. Other people's connections have been fine and then stopped working for some reason. Okay, I have some standings after round 12, so my connection is working somehow. We have Seiya Kurita on 10.5 out of 12. Yusuke Takanashi on 10 out of 12, half a point behind. Yan Song from China, the first two from Japan. Yan Song from China on 9 out of 12. Alex Coe from Singapore on 9 out of 12. Joanna William, the top-rated female at the moment, on 9 out of 12. Yo Tomita from Japan, the youth, on 8.5 out of 12. And then I'm going to run through a list of those on 8 out of 12. Zhu Du, Oscar Eklund, Chung Wang Lee, Su Manara, Maverick Lam, Theophap Tassananukul Kit from Thailand. I will practice that in a minute. And Hisako Kinoshita, the female from Japan, second in the rankings in the female tournament. Calvin Ko is on 7. He's the second youth at the moment. Daniel Defoe is on 6.5. So depending on who they're playing, Calvin's in the driving seat to take the final place against Yo Tomita, assuming that Tomita doesn't qualify for the finals and the semi-finals himself. The third female is Zhendong, who is on from Hong Kong, who is on 7 points. And so is only 1 point behind Kinoshita. So Yoko Sano and Jenny Sang are also both from the USA, both also on 7. So the female final will be Joanna William against one of those, unless something really weird happens. And it will be Joanna William against one of those. If Kinoshita wins, then she'll make up the second final spot. But if Kinoshita loses, then Zhendong, Yoko Sano, and Jenny San all have the opportunity to catch up with Kinoshita, and then it will be on a tie break. In the open tournament, Kurita, the only player that can catch him is Takanashi. So Kurita is in the semi-finals. Takanashi is in second place. The only players that can catch him are Yan Song, Alex Ko, and Joanna William. So given there's 3 more semi-final places after Kurita, it will be Takanashi as one of those spots, unless he loses and one of Yan Song, Alex Ko, or Joanna William win and beat him on a tiebreak. It's worth noting that Yan Song's tiebreak at the moment is actually higher than Takanashi's. So to get into the semi-final place, all 3 of Takanashi needs to lose. Yan Song, Alex Ko, and Joanna William all need to win and be higher than Takanashi on tiebreak. So that's quite a long shot. So it's looking like Takanashi is also making the semi-final. Then, as I said, there's Yan Song, Alex Ko, Joanna William on 9 points, and Tomituyo on 8.5. So he can jump into those semi-final places, although it's unlikely. If all of Yan Song, Alex Ko, and Joanna William lose and Tomituyo, then those players that I listed on 8 points come into the potential for the semi-final place too. Obviously, if Joanna William or Yo Tomita get into the semi-finals, then they would be declared the female champion and the youth champion without having to play a final. I believe, I need to check the rules on that, but I believe that's the case. So the game that we've got is Kurita versus Yan Song on the screen. And Yan Song obviously needs to win this to guarantee his semi-final place. There's the possibility that he'll be in the semi-final anyway, but he needs to win this to guarantee his semi-final place. Kurita is guaranteed anyway. We've got on the second table Joanna William versus Takanashi. So that one is kind of crucial, because if Joanna William beats Takanashi, that will improve her tiebreak, reduce his tiebreak, and put her into a good contention for a semi-final place. And on the third table, we've got Alex Ko versus versus Juji Du.
And what does Alex need to get to the semis?
So if Alex wins, he'll be in the semis.
If he loses,
No. So this could get really messy, because Kurita's in the semi-finals. If Yan Song wins and Alex Ko win, they are on the same as Takanashi. If Joanna William wins, she's on the same as Takanashi, because she's playing Takanashi. So a crucial game to watch here is Joanna William versus Takanashi, because if Joanna William wins, then they're both on 10, and Yan Song and Alex Ko can also both make it to 10. So then it will be on tiebreak, maybe a 4th-5th playoff, as we had last year, to get into the semi-finals. So that will be a crucial game to watch. That's on table 2, so we can go across to that as soon as we've finished with this game. So we've lost Luke for a second. He needs to go and grab a charger cable, otherwise we can't talk to you on YouTube. In the meantime, I will open YouTube and see what you're all up to. Hope you're enjoying it. It's actually quite an exciting year this year, with nobody running away with the Swiss. Yeah, so there's some conversation on YouTube about whether the semi-finals would be played for women and for children, for the youth, if they reach the Open semi-finals. I think it's true that if they reach the Open semi-finals, they are just declared champion for their category, because they need to have a fair shot at the Open title. That means playing extra games and tiring themselves out. It wouldn't be a fair way to do it. As the governing body, we sometimes have to make decisions like this, and it's not always easy to make it perfect, but we make it as reasonable as we can for everybody. And it is nice that we have youth and females competing for the semi-final spots. We don't want there to be a dominating category. And Joanna has done very, very well in this tournament. I think again it is interesting looking at the top list of players. We mentioned this before. We all know what jet lag can do to you, but I think that it goes the home advantage and the local advantage, Australia obviously being part of APOC. It's more local than Europe and the US. And even if I've talked to a number of players who've come across a week early and they don't feel jet lagged anymore. They're sleeping at the right times, but they're making uncharacteristic mistakes. And so the strength of particularly Japan and China, coupled with the home advantage or the relatively local advantage in terms of geographical location, means that people from this area of the world are doing very well in this tournament. So what's going on in this game? I need Luke to ask me questions. 21 minutes for Kurita left and 18 for Yang Song. Yang Song is white and it's white's move. So there is a natural move at b3 for white and a quite natural move at g6. If he plays b3 first, then black can play g6 himself. So I suspect that that white will play g6 now. Okay, he's giving away the edge. I have to think about that. So that looks like a pair. I'm not sure that I would have played that. I think I would have played g6. there may be a good reason for giving away the edge that I haven't seen. But it looks like a pair, white-black, and then white gets his move at b3, but then black has a move at g6, which is also perfectly quiet, only flips internal discs. So I'm not sure that was right, but I'm not as good as Yan Song, so I will try to find out. It doesn't help your battery when you've got a million apps open, but that's how we're having to do it this year. As Luke said in a previous round, normally we'd have 3 or 4 people with 3 or 4 laptops and phones, and we'd be able to leave certain screens open the whole time, letting us know how things are going. It's worth pointing out that Flip the Disc has actually helped in one respect, that we can actually all the games, the top 10 boards that are being recorded live, we can check on in a way that we couldn't when we were just getting a video stream before. So that's helped. But at the same time, being able to move between YouTube, Flip the Disc, and the WOF website is causing some delays, especially with the connection that we've got. So Kurita is also not taking g6 immediately. I'm guessing that the 6th column is 6th row is all white, and so by playing g6 he will poison a6, and he's wondering which end to play. If he plays a6, and then maybe he's thinking he can give away the left side and then play g6. But it's possible for white to play a4 instead of a5 after a6, which makes it difficult to give it away without flipping the 5 row. So I would go for g6, yeah. And so if white doesn't go g3 now, I think black will. And then white would be under an awful lot of pressure, because if white say takes c2, black goes to g3, and then white plays out the top edge. Either white takes a bad edge and has got a kind of unplayable edge at the moment on the left-hand side. Black will find a way to make the sacrifice, get into the h1 corner, and save both of the top edge and the right edge. If it goes c2, g3, and then white takes the outlier disc of c7 in some way, then black, actually g3, I just realized, flips diagonally, so d6 gets flipped if the outlier c7 stays there. So long as white doesn't flip that, he can play c2 or similar along the top edge, maybe c1, depending on how the edge will play out.
I am here.
The Luke is back.
Absolutely clobbered by a lift door. Oh my goodness!
They've got robots here that deliver the food across the whole 30, how high is the building? 49 stories or something.
Yeah.
And these robots, if you deliver food, get food delivered from outside, they pop it on a robot and it takes it to your room or wherever you are. And they are quite rude robots. They don't talk to you. They barge into you.
That's not what I got clobbered by. I got
No.
clobbered by the lift door.
But yeah, you made me think about the robots as well.
They're also clobbery. I was getting into the lift, and the door was open, and as I was walking between, it started closing, and I was like, oh, it's fine, because they always stop and then reopen if you're there, and it did not stop, and it absolutely whacked me on the shoulder and, like, pinched me between it quite hard, because they shut with some force.
They do shut with some force. They're good lifts.
They are bad lifts. They hurt. And then it opened again, but I've got a bruise on my shoulder now, so.
Switching over chargers so Luke can
hopefully see the chat.
Do the YouTube chat. I'm actually going to go for a little bit of a walkabout in a minute, as I want to record a few other things to put into a video to show you the behind the scenes workings of the tournament.
My battery says it's on 0%, and I don't think I've ever seen that before.
But your phone's working. Infinite energy.
Now we'll see if I can read the YouTube chat at a without the battery draining faster than I use it. It shut down again, so the answer's no. Oh, man.
Okay, so I'm going to pass my phone over to Luke so he can have a look at the chat.
Because who cares about standings and pairings when I can talk to you people?
Helen, you're using Flip the Disc. Good on you. As long as you've got the YouTube channel open as well.
Where did you get that from?
The second comment up.
I want Flip the Disc, yeah. This is why, yeah, my problem is that I always read the first half of the message.
And so, yes, whilst you've got this YouTube channel open, watching Kurita versus Yan Song, any of the top 10 tables, you can watch the games live on Flip the Disc or on Live Othello. They're being recorded on Flip the Disc and then streamed to Live Othello. Flip the Disc has some advantages in that you can there's some analysis tools and other stuff. Okay, so what actually happened in that game in this game then? I wasn't watching. Okay, so Yan Song played C1. And then it looks like it went E2, E1, and then G3. I might have got the order wrong. There may have been some discs already played. I can't remember. But G3, remember I said that it flips diagonally, so it was a less appealing move. Ah, but it's Black's move now as well. Okay. Well. It's difficult for White to play out the top edge in a way that's favourable because the 5-on-4s are normally bad because you can sacrifice down. In this case, the 5-on-4 is on the right hand side, so you could sacrifice at G7 without flipping the G column, and you get quite a safe access into H7 should White take the corner. Should Black take the corner, White gets H7 and then H1 and just sweeps up in the top right hand corner. But in this case, White cannot get to G7. And if Black takes the top edge, which I think he would like to do, one way or another, it's difficult for White to sacrifice at G2 as well, because the 4 black ones in the G column mean that after white has played G2 and flipped F2, should black take the corner, if black's got the top edge, white won't have access to G1. Obviously white has access to G1 at the moment, but black can force that issue by playing D1, and then white has to choose whether to take the edge along the top or allow black to take it. And as I said, if black takes it, black will have played 2 moves along the top, and white will have no good sacrifice at G2. Although having said that, playing D1 does make the second row black as well, so it is possible for white to possibly sneak into G2 and not flip F2, but he needs to be very, very, very careful of that.
Anyway, I'm interested now because Helen said she's watching YouTube on the iPad,
Right.
the stream, obviously. Mobile, her phone is her disc screen, flip the disc, which I think personally that kind of setup puts a stock trader to shame. But I was wondering what setups are people watching on? Do they have the good old split screen on a laptop where you've got one side for flip the disc, one side for YouTube? Do you have 2 screens, 2 different devices? Let me know in the live chat. We'll find the best setup for an Othello viewing party.
Yeah, so we've got a large screen which is showing what you're seeing, plus the equivalent of what you're seeing for board 2 at the same time, plus a few other things.
Which sounds good, but it's actually painful compared to other years because we're using our phones for like live chat and analysis, whereas in the past we've had big screen.
These views, and also able to flip to an analysis board.
Well, six different laptops or so.
Yeah.
All used for different things, so still good fun. It's a good challenge to overcome, but it means when a phone runs out of battery, which happens a lot quicker than with a laptop.
When you're using it intensely as well.
Actually doesn't, yeah. Then it makes it interesting. Also, just a reminder to like the stream and subscribe if you haven't already. Sounds small, but has a big impact on the channel and therefore the Othello community as a whole. So that's important. Currently,
one thing that I have found,
likes, but you can see that go higher.
One thing that I have found in China is lime flavoured crisps. That for me makes the trip worthwhile.
Is it
just going to prove
possible? That is nasty. No one wants your ASMR.
Nice lime flavoured crisp.
Ugh. Anyway, Nicholas asks, you can tell it's getting towards the end of the Swiss section because that's like 3 off-topic topics in a row. Is it possible to give away a Boskov? Ooh. Oh, even fancier. That won't work with C2.
C2.
Oh, the Boskov trap that's where it goes off.
Yeah.
And you can't
So Boskov, I think, is named after a department store in New York. Because the player who played it went off to a department store after playing it, and I can't remember the exact reasons. But if black plays C2 now, if you don't know this position, you might think that white might play D1 and then you take the top edge, and that's kind of what you might think. But a less natural move would be taking C2 by black. A less natural move would be G1 by white. It's unnatural because you've got an edge at the top that you've left a hole in, and normally so it would go black C2, white G1, and then
but A4.
White would also then have access to D1, and then possibly B1, so long as he doesn't flip diagonally. when he plays d1.
Nicholas was saying if c2,
Yeah.
before this move that was just played, then g1 for the Boskov,
Yeah.
and then a4.
Right.
And
So
so it
what
wouldn't
he's
work,
what he's
access
yeah
back,
sure.
I think.
So what does it? Yeah, but doesn't really. I'm trying to remember what it was like before the a4 move was actually played. But after white takes g1, if black plays a4, white can still play d1 immediately afterwards. White's access is not denied.
Anyway, on more important topics.
And in playing a4,
Right.
black would have flipped b3. So when white would play d1, it doesn't flip c2 again, and black would also get b1. So I don't think that works. Boskovs rarely work, very rarely. They do occasionally. It's very difficult not to dismiss them immediately because they so rarely work. It's always worth looking at every move. But in this case, I don't think it's possible to make it work.
Anyway, Apple TV for YouTube, laptop for YouTube comments, and Facebook updates to the US Othello. What does A stand for? Association. Yeah. Page. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, solid setup there.
So what does white do in this situation? I think he's going to have to go to c2. Because at some point black is going to play d1 and give white the choice of taking the top edge or allowing black to take the top edge. He can't allow black to take the top edge because he has no sacrifice down. Okay. So I'm wrong. So what white is trying to do here is if f6 gets flipped at any point in any way, and white is on that main diagonal from top left to bottom right, then white will be able to make the sacrifice at the bottom right hand corner, g7. And so black is trying to avoid that at all costs. Yeah, okay, so a5 from black. So if white takes the c7 disc that has been an outlier for most of this game, then I think black will take the diagonal. Or he might play out the top first. If what decision to make? It's going to have to start playing onto the bottom edge. If white takes c2, black will also, have a hard decision to make. So is there a way that black can play out? Does he start pottering around on the bottom edge? that looks like that will just lead to a loss. He wants to play out the top edge, but he can't do it immediately because it flips diagonally, so he's playing out A2 first, so that when he plays D1, he's not flipping diagonally. Then he wants to sacrifice at B2. So white in this situation would like to leave the B column black. So black can't just play D1, white G1, black sacrifice at B. If he's got access, which isn't an obvious thing at the moment, we'll be able to take B1 and A1. So he'd like to leave that whole column black, and it seems to me that the way to do that is actually to take the C7 disc, but there's also the risk of being of them black taking B7 and taking the diagonal from top right to bottom left, which would leave an even region in the bottom corner. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's quite a complicated position. Can I?
I would say neither player looks particularly comfortable in the position either. Both players scratching their heads.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about, and it's very much this kind of pre-endgame phase. You can't really look to the end of the game move by move, but you can start thinking in terms of what is going to happen in this game. And every move that white has its disadvantages. So if he goes to A7, then black can play out D1, G1, B2, and then it's white's move. And you might take A1, but giving black B1 and then taking A6. You're splitting edges. Who's winning? I don't know. There's always the risk of being diagonalized. White cannot take the top right to bottom left diagonal because black can easily cut it and has quite a lot of power in the top right hand corner depending on how other stuff is played out. Certainly, even if he just takes the corner, there's a lot of discs to be taken up there. But black can take the bottom left.
Or go there. Oh, white.
Well,
white can
yeah,
go
yeah. So black will take that back.
That's kind of forced. Is that just a stalling kind of move? That's a pair that was going to be played at some point.
Not necessarily.
Did white gain anything from it?
I'm not sure.
So it's a kind of stalling move.
Yeah, but what do you mean by stalling at this stage?
As in, the position's essentially the same for both players. Neither gained anything massive from it. It just moves the game on 2 moves. So there are fewer moves to think about. It's similar, I think, to something like castling in chess or...
chess isn't... castling
Castling
chess
is often a stalling move.
It's not just a stalling move.
Obviously
It's
it achieves something
put your
as well.
king to safety, get your rook into play.
It achieves something as well, but often is used as a stalling move.
What do you mean by a stalling move? Let's get into this.
Well, where you almost want to...
So I think black is heavily winning this now. So you can say that.
So often I think when you've built up a solid position, your opponent might also have a solid position. It helps just to progress the game further, and playing a move that doesn't affect much else on the board might help see something about how your opponent is wanting to play or plan for the rest of the game, depending on how they respond to it. So it's a very low risk, safe move that might achieve something small, but it pushes the game further and asks for a response for your opponent from which you can kind of judge where they're at, which is what castling often does in chess.
Okay, so a provocative move to see what plan your opponent has.
And obviously I think Kurita responded quite quickly because it was quite a forced move. But I think you can see he doesn't have another major plan that he was setting up.
No, and as I said, it
was quite a quick response. It wasn't particularly thought through. It was just
bottom diagonal. In fact, this is not dissimilar to the diagonal that Kurita took in the last game. Was it Kurita or was it Takanashi?
Last game was
playing.
Goodness me.
Yo.
Oh yeah, against the.
It was Kurita, wasn't it?
It was Kurita. It must have been Kurita.
It was Kurita. This is not dissimilar to the diagonal that he took in that game. He managed to defend it by playing the equivalent of D8 here. We'll go back in a sec. So I don't think that black should have much problem from here.
Which, yeah, means that Kurita will have won the Swiss section.
Yes, and Yan Song is in danger of not making.
It would be quite a nice comeback story for Kurita after going out of the tournament in the semi-final in such a sad fashion, such an unfortunate way. Okay, so he's taken the A1 corner.
And I mean, just looking at White's moves in the bottom left, if White plays A8, Black plays B8, White has no access to D8. If White plays B8, Black plays A8, White has no access to the bottom still. White plays B1, Black takes D1, and then Black's the best option. The best option seems to be White playing B1, and then if Black takes D1, White plays G1, Black plays H1, and White plays G2. There may be a way of Black even stopping. Okay, so White's playing out the bottom corner to make sure that he's got access to G1 at the end of playing. Sorry, to access to G2 at the end of playing out the top right-hand corner by playing G1, H1, G2. So I don't see anything that White can do here.
Helen's heard the phrase stalling move before.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thanks, Helen.
That's something to do with Othello I knew that you didn't.
Yeah.
To do with strategy games.
A stalling move, to my mind, is a move that I don't know what to do. I'm going to play out this pair because I don't know what to do and see if the board looks different.
I think that's the case in which you can use them.
Sure, but if rather than do that, why not spend an extra
so in chess,
minute looking ahead?
You know when you've castled?
Yeah.
You know when you have your king castled, you push the pawn next to your king up 1. So, for example, h3. It doesn't. It stops like a knight or a piece getting to the square that it's guarding.
Yeah.
So it does that small thing. It also gives your king room to escape. So a small thing, but it doesn't threaten your opponent in any way.
See, I don't think either of those two things are small. I think they're strategic.
Well, you don't want to do something that
so
does
for
nothing.
example, if there's
you don't want to do something that does nothing at all, because then
if there's a knight which is going to go
nothing,
to that square and pushing that pawn forward stops that knight, it's actually quite active immediately.
No, it's not.
And allowing your king to escape is saving a move later in the game if your king's in a castle position.
There will always be bigger, more aggressive moves you can play.
Aggressive isn't always good. Just ask Kramnik.
No, which is where the stalling move comes in.
Fair enough. I will cede to you and Helen on that. And so I don't know if you remember the position on the right-hand edge where I was suggesting Yan Song needn't have played out the right-hand edge, but should have gone to G6 instead. On a relatively deep analysis on EDAX on Flip the Disc, it's suggesting that the two moves are relatively equal. So it would have been strategic reasons that would have made a difference.
They are getting low on time, though. Ish.
Yeah, but as we've said before, Kurita may always get low on time, but he's always in control. He's got more time in this game than he had in the last one, with what I reckon I believe is an easier position.
I knew that too. I just wanted you to reach for your glasses.
But I think he's losing anyway. And although Kurita played out a pair, an extra pair, the F8, E8 pair on the bottom edge, he's now taken the B8 move, and as I said, that doesn't leave access to D8. So white is having to play out the top corner. To get in the G2 move, which is why he took the A8 corner in the first place. But black is going to... Is there a chance for white here?
Does black get parity?
Well, I think it's going to go black H1 and then white has to go G2. Otherwise, just lose loads of points. So the question is, how can black get parity? By playing G7. I think gets parity. He's going to play G7 now. Okay.
It's amazing how efficient you can be with your time. Like, just consistently.
Yeah. time for a lime crisp. I do believe there's a word for listening to other people eat, and it like making you cringe. There's a special word for it, especially at work when you're trying to work and someone's eating at their desk. So I do apologise for eating into the microphone.
If only there were a mute button on it.
Oh yeah,
That's wild.
it's almost as if I did it deliberately. Yeah, okay. So doing the G7 move first, and one, two, three, four, five, give away 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, give away 4. It made the count of the last move rather easy.
So Karita wins the section
Swiss
of the tournament.
So can we go to the other board, because the
does
other
that mean
board's
that
actually really
it's
important.
Alex.
So this game is important because Yusuke Takanashi is on 10 points and Joanna William is on 9 points. So if Joanna William wins this, it opens up the semi-final places for herself. Takanashi remains in the running, but then there's 2 other players vying for the last 3 places if they also win.
Alex Ko lost his last game against Du Zhuzi.
Although Yan Song now will remain on 9.
Yes, Alex is also on 9.
Oh, because he lost as well.
Yep. That's what I
Okay,
just said.
so and Joanna Williams on 9. So if Takanashi wins, we've still got 3 people.
Alex is ahead of
places.
Joanna on tiebreak, but she was on 9 coming into this round.
So Joanna Williams has also just
looking
lost. So we've got Kurita and Takanashi, who are in the semi-finals, and then we've got a whole host of players on 9.
Will it refresh?
So we've got Yan Song on 9 and Joanna William on 9, and we've got Alex Ko on 9. And
I think that's refreshed. How can I tell? Who?
Are we still live? Who knows?
So after round 12 players rounds. So the Karita Yan Song game. So Karita is on 10.5 after 12 rounds. Does that sound right?
Is he already on 10.5?
I can't remember.
Yeah, so he's on
possibly.
11.5 now.
Oh, this is round 13. So yeah, it hasn't updated yet. Right, so this hasn't updated. So that means Karita's on 11.5. Takanashi is on 11. So they're both through. Yan Song is on 9.
Mm-hmm. As is Joanna William, as is Alex Ko.
Because they all lost.
There's others below.
So that's very subject to change as well, because their tie breaks are all quite close.
And then there was Yo, who was on 8.5. So if he won, he's on 9.5 and is in the semi-finals.
Du Zhuzi won, and he was on 8, so he's now on 9.
So gets into the running for the final place.
Oscar is on 8. There are a number of people on 8.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a whole host of people for that last playoff place.
Yes.
Especially if Yo...
Oscar lost.
If Yo drew, then there's a whole host of players.
Tomita Yo won.
So he's in the semi-finals. So that's 3 Japanese in the semi-finals.
And which is nice for him, given how his last round went.
Yes. Chance to revenge.
Well, I hope Alex gets it. I think it would mean a lot.
But there is a number of people. We need to go and work out the tie breaks.
All right. Well,
anyway,
see you for the.
There
might
well be
a
a playoff. this evening
Yes,
for
whether
the
that's
last semi-final
covered with
place.
commentary or not remains to be seen, I guess. I don't think it was last year.
We may do,
May do.
may not.
See you then if so. See you tomorrow if not for the semi-finals.
Okay, bye for now. Hello, and I am here on my own at the moment. Luke has gone to charge his phone properly. We've got Yan Song versus Zhu Du in the playoff for the final semi-final spot, the last semi-final spot. They've tried to start, the clocks aren't working properly or aren't set properly, haven't been reset. Battery gone maybe. Having to replace the clocks, and are we going to get them in the right place to be able to see them? No, we're not. Okay, great. Well, we'll see what we can do. If someone wants to start their own... Oh no, we're going to try and adjust it. That's good. So they're going to start, we're not going to see the clocks. And suddenly the silence that descends on the corridor as someone tells them that the game has started. So this is a one-game playoff to get into the semi-finals. My personal favourite, Yan Song, who hasn't been around for a number of years in the World Championships since, I think, 2019. But has been very strong and has not made the semi-finals previously, I don't think, but is definitely strong enough to do so. And Zhu Du, I don't know how strong he is, but obviously he's semi-final strength by getting to this point in the tournament. So we'll see how this goes. Is there another issue? They've both stopped playing after move 2. The clocks are becoming available. And one of them is actually ticking down. Well, we can see one of the clocks. And they're playing whilst the clocks are being adjusted. Tiger opening. Both players will be very comfortable in this position. Leader Tiger. Although, if I get the names wrong, please forgive me, because my opening knowledge is not that great. So I'll just nip across to flip the disc to give you the reason that we're in this situation. It was an exciting end to the Swiss part of the tournament. So we do know that we're going to have 3 Japanese and 1 Chinese player in the semi-finals. And again, my connection is being really, really slow, so I can't check all the details very easily. I'll try on the Othello website as well, the World Othello Championship website. And that doesn't seem to be connecting either. So we'll try again a bit later. Oh, we haven't had this much this year where the head impedes the camera. It looks like one big black disc across half the board. So Jan Sog's still in opening. Sometimes you have to make a decision about what opening you're going to play, even if you know several lines. So you do get small pauses and then confident moves. And we've seen this quite a lot in the games that we've been watching, where you get a wall and a block. And in this case, white can't play bottom or right, and black can't play top or left. Who gets to play through when makes a big difference to who is winning in the game. And how, obviously, as well. Because in some ways, c3 is playing through, but it's a very, very quiet move. It does give a bit of an outlier disc, but it's quite cuddled in to the group. It's not sticking out somewhere, which is always worse. So I'm going to do it from memory and how we got here. So Kurita was the clear winner on, I can't remember how many points. I think it may have been 11.5 out of 13 in the Swiss tournament. So he goes through to the semi-finals. Then we had maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe Kurita. Maybe I can't remember. It may have been Takanashi who was the clear winner. One of the two. And the other one took the second semi-final place by winning their final game. I think Kurita was the one who's on 11.5 out of 13. And then I think Takanashi won his last round, took the second final spot by right. And then Yao, the Japanese youngster, took the third spot. He was on 8.5 and he won his last game to go to 9.5. Then a lot of players on 9 lost and some on 8 won. So we had a whole host of players on 9. Then we look at the tie-break, and the top 2 players on tie-break were Yan Song and Zhu Jidu. And that's why we have this semi-final. I've just actually noticed that with a dodgy connection, you sometimes get this little wheel that rolls around in the middle of YouTube as it tries to catch the stream. And it's on the holding page, which is a Japanese ornament, temple maybe, with 2 suns behind it, a black one and a white one. In a Othello style, and the little rotating timer that lets you know that you're not yet uploaded actually goes perfectly round the black disc, probably because they're both centered to the image itself, but it's very pleasing to watch. So Yan Song's move in this position. Black's position is not looking great on the outside of the pieces played. He's got a lot of the pieces on the outside of those pieces played. He can't just take the bottom edge because it flips loads and loads of discs and blocks off even more of the board. He could play c2, or he could sacrifice at b7. He could play g5 as well and just delay things. That would be interesting. It would be tempting white to take b8, but then you get the egg shape where in the corner there's two empty squares, the corner and the x square. And then all of the same colour, in this case white, round two c squares and all the other squares surrounding those, the x square and the corner. And the difficulty in that position is that if black gets in there, he's going to get both of those two moves and get a whole stack load of discs. Is, I'd say, like 9 times out of 10, if that shape is made and black gets in there, then black will win the game. But okay, so he is tempting Zhu Du on that. But it can apply an awful lot of pressure. I don't think Zhu Du will take it now. But I think he could be tempted if he feels that he can force the game from that point. And by that I mean if he manages to take b8 and he can read all of Yan Song's responses and feels that they're all beneficial to him, then he will do it. I think it's a bit difficult to read at the moment to any reasonable depth. Oh, someone's pointed out that Yan Song, George Ortiz, has pointed out that Yan Song reached semi-finals before, back in 2016 in Mito, and lost the final to Rujipas Anchuli. So I apologise for that. My historical knowledge isn't that great, and my access to the internet is not great either. Hi, Harinder Singh from India. Dominic Cherno is using YouTube and Live Othello. And Helen remembers the use of stalling moves. Mike Handel, the brilliant English player, advising against using stalling moves. Saying it's better to try and make the board complicated for your opponent than just playing a stalling move. And thank you, Lewinton, for supplying the information that I was trying to remember. I didn't actually have YouTube open at the time that I was trying to remember it. I could have asked you, obviously, and then I'd have got the information. But I didn't have it open because my connection wasn't working, so I couldn't ask you, and I couldn't have seen what you wrote anyway. So I did it from memory, and it looks like I got it largely right. I didn't put all the scores in there, but I'm pleased at that. You'd be surprised at how much it's easy to forget in the space of 5 minutes. So Zhu Du played h5, which is, I like to call it, pottering around at the edges, trying to maximise the number of moves. He realises that black's position in the northwest is not good. He just, like, black has no moves up there. He doesn't want to give black moves up there, so he needs to try and get as many moves as he possibly can down in the bottom section. Maybe creating a sacrifice at G7. Maybe at some point taking B8 and forcing white to play C2, but it depends on how stuff plays out. But by playing H5, he's got the move to G4 as well. So Yan Song has taken the bottom edge, and I think that G5 will just be taken here to keep the pressure up. Although H4, right, so that might create a sacrifice at the bottom, but then I guess lots of things going on. But if white goes to G5 and black goes to H4, then white probably has a decent sacrifice at G7. Haven't checked it, but it would be a 5 region, so if black took the corner, white would take the one hole, and then if black took one of the remaining pair, white would take the other one. So black would get the corner, but white would get 2 wedges. That might invite another sacrifice, this time by black in B7, because if white takes the corner, black can take B8 and save the whole of the bottom edge, and white so white, black, white, black, white, black, white, black, and then it would be white's move, and all of the moves at the top would be poisoned, but white, maybe H4 is already taken. So yeah, no, there wouldn't be any good moves for white at the top of the board should that get played out. There may be reasons to skip some of those moves, and it may be a good reason for white not to play out the G5 H4 pair. Because at the moment, for example, he could play D2 and not flip diagonally. However, getting the D3 disc does mean that black can play H6 and white would be poisoned at H7, which he's not at the moment. So do I know what the right thing to do here is? No. Can I give you some thoughts on the different things to be thinking about? Maybe. So Zhu Du has gone for D2, choosing not to flip those diagonals before they get poisoned. Obviously, in some ways, G5 is now poisoned because it flips to D2. So I think E1 here is probably or E1 or H6. So the moves that I'd be looking at here are C1, E1, sorry, C2, E2, H6, maybe C1, D1, probably not E1. And what I would be looking for in words as black is, can I make white play up towards my block in the top right hand corner? Because if white starts eating those discs up, then black would have quite a lot of nice moves and control. That is a nice kind of block of discs that it's difficult for white to play against. But can black do that is another question. So if black plays what is the best move? If e2, I quite like e2. I'm struggling to see what I would do as white afterwards. Maybe f1. Gives quite a lot of options for black on how to play out the top edge. Maybe g5, but that would flip to d2, giving so if it went e2 for black, white g5, then black gets a nice move to f2. Okay, so this is the other end of the thinking that I've just been going through with h6. Still trying to get white to eat those discs, and that is still a poisoned move for white. It goes up to d2 and so flips e3, which gives black options of how to play out the right. He can either take the right edge, or he can play f1. Doesn't probably want to play, f2. My brain. Probably doesn't want to play e2 because it would give white c2. He could play then after that through to d1, but then c1. e1, white takes the edge. Both players relatively calm in the way that they're postured. Okay, so it doesn't surprise me. This is quite Yang Song in style, rather than pottering around at the top. He's trying to simplify the position. Not necessarily the best move, but he's trying to make it into a position which he can force the win and be confident of forcing the win. So white now has to ask himself the question, what can he do so that he doesn't run out of moves? So f1 is the only move that's kind of stuck around the edge. Suppose he could play h2 because black has no sacrifice. But he can do that afterwards as long as he doesn't lose f4 and e5, which is unlikely. After f2, black might well go f1 and just force early endgame moves in a specific part of the board. Yan Song on 17 minutes. Zhu Jidu on 19 minutes, exactly. Okay, so Zhejiang has decided to make the sacrifice. Oh, that's quite an interesting move. Because it looks like black could just take the corner, white wouldn't have access to g8, black would get the last move but he's taken the diagonal at the same time. So now if black cuts that diagonal, white will go to h7, and then take the wedge if black takes the corner. But I think that black's sacrifice at b7 at that point would be a good move, because white's going to save his left edge, which isn't that much. You can't do much with it. So black f2 will cut the diagonal. White to h7 would make it a sacrifice where white has made 3 moves out of the 4 in the bottom corner, assuming it's not obvious that black would take the corner at that point. But if he did, white would be forced into taking g8, and then black could play b7 and save the whole bottom edge, and having already saved the right edge. And then it would be white's move. So b7, a8, b8, white's move. And then white would be forced to f2 anyway. I've lost connection to YouTube and flip the disc again. So I'm winging this just by watching the video that you're watching. Whilst I've been here, I've been having a number of conversations about the World Championships next year. We hope to have some exciting news for you soon with respect to that. We want to get back into the tradition of announcing the World Championships at the previous one. We got out of the habit a bit during COVID, and the extra time it was taking to decide whether we were even having World Championships, and then the extra time again to decide where to have it and to finalise things. But we're starting to reach a point again where you can make that decision and announce it at or soon after the previous World Championships, or this World Championships in this case. So Yan Song taking quite a long time over this move, and reasonably so. As I said in the last round, there often comes a point in the game where you have to make a decision about the way in which the game is going to go from now to the end of the game. You don't know all the details, but you have to look at the board and think, how's this game going to run to the end of the game? Am I likely to be winning this way, or do I need to do something different? Okay, so he's cut the diagonal, and I think that white will now go to h7, because if he doesn't, then black will get two of the moves in the corner when white was threatening to take 3. Now, white has to be very careful not to flip, not to make the whole diagonal white again. If d4 gets flipped, then by white, then black will be able to take both h8 and g8. So I expect d1 now, then c1. So the interesting thing about d1 and c1 and then e1 is that white can then take the diagonal at b2, but in this case it would be bad for the reason that I've just explained. h8 and g8 would follow. So it is possible that after d1, c1, e1, white wouldn't take b2, white would take h3, which would actually grab the other diagonal as well, which is interesting, potentially. And then be threatening to take the diagonal at b2 as well. Black's taking the corner immediately, decided that it's not. So I think the thinking here is that white has to go to g8 and black is going to go to b7 immediately, grabbing the diagonal and leaving 2 spaces at the bottom that, unless he gets the right hand corner, the left hand top corner and the left hand edge, which is not out of the question, he's if white can sacrifice the left edge, then b8 is going to be a huge move after black has gone to a8. So given that white has parity, this may be possible. The problem is that after e1, which has just been played, and f1, white doesn't have access to d1, at least immediately. He can create access there by going to h3. He could just take g1. I think there is probably a way for white to find the win here, using parity, forcing black to take, forcing black to take the left edge and then taking b8 as the last move, or at least the last move in that region, depending on the order that things play out. And it's a bit ugly. So, for example, f1, g1 may work. f1, h3 may work, although there's a diagonal to be worried about. So f1, h3, then g2 grabs the diagonal for black. Which means that either g1 or h2 would give the corner to black, and then black will get an awful lot of discs in the top right hand corner, winning the game. So after f1 I would probably think about going to g1, but then I've also noticed that b1 also grabs that diagonal, so that I feel that there should be a way of white finding a win in this position. I don't know for sure. I feel that there should be a way for white to find the win in this position by playing parity. However, of course, f1 has flipped d3, so black can't grab the diagonal now. So that makes it a bit easier for white. So I'm still thinking the same. I'm still thinking that there's a way for white to play parity here. Possibly even d1, or okay. I'm not sure why. The one issue he does have is that d1 flips the whole 2-row white. So if he gives black the top corner, and then black playing to b2 flips an awful lot of discs, and depending on how that top corner is being given, we have to make sure that white is still on the diagonal as well. So white g2, for example, would give the corner to black should he choose to take it, and then white d1 would flip f3 again, so white would be back on that diagonal. The other way is d1 giving the corner to black, and then white playing g2. That would also keep him on the diagonal, but it would open up a huge move for black across to b2. There's also the possibility that black might sacrifice at b2 after either of those two moves. So if d1 or g no, that's not going to work, because the whole 2-row would be white. So and it's just working out how to do it. Okay, this guarantees. Okay, it doesn't flip that way at the moment. Fair enough. He's on top of things more than I am. I'm going to play to g2, saving those discs, having the last move in the corner. There's an even region to play out. Black, white in the top left-hand corner. Black will have to then take the left-hand edge, and white will get a big move down to b8. And I think that it's close. It's close. It's very close. Can I count? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Give away 4 is 23, 24, 25. Give away 6 is 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So that would actually be a win for black. Black has just got too many discs. So A1 is a win for black. So could white have won it from that position? I don't know. From like 4 or 5 moves back, I felt that he could have. I didn't know how he could have. I could have been wrong. But I would have been certainly looking for a way to win at that point. But it looks like Yan Song is going to take the last semi-final place. Yeah. Just too many discs. Oh, I didn't count along the bottom. It's still black, I think, though. 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 to white. Black wins. Yan Song takes the last semi-final spot. Bad luck to Zhu Du. I still wonder if there was a way for him to win, and we'll check it out and we'll talk to you about it tomorrow. Have a good evening or afternoon or night or whatever time of day it is there. Speak soon. Bye.